Hello, hello. Sorry for the huge delay. Sorry. Sorry for huge delay. Family related stuff. Yeah, my partner and the kid, uh, he and him, they just had to go out and it took a long time. You know how it is. So yeah, that's why it is so late. Hi, Irving. Sorry for the delay. How are you doing? I hope you're doing fine. My cat is acting up. Hey, you want attention? Here you go, boy. Thankfully, I can just throw his little favorite toy and he will chase. So, easy to take care of. So, how are you guys doing? I had a long vacation, both from work and streaming, etc. So, I'm supposed to be rested, but you know how it is with family vacations and stuff. So, all right, let's get more into like Godot, coming from Unreal Engine perspective. Let me quickly remind myself what the hell I've been doing here. Let me play the actual game. Yeah, it is just a part of evaluation whether me and my friend should we switch to Godot for our small indie game. So we are evaluating him on his side, me on my side, Godot, etc. Okay, so I think we will be evaluating it a little bit longer. We're supposed to finish in like August, but for sure it will extend to September and maybe even more because of live stuff that keeps interrupting everything, right? Y'all know how it is. So yeah, probably the Godot logo and this type of stream will be on this channel a little bit longer. Pumba, no, Pumba, no. We didn't do it. Here's my cat's favorite toy. He fucking loves chasing after. My god. Here you go. Chase, boy. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, the way I usually try out new engines is build like super simple, crude, endless runner, 3D endless runner type shit, because that's my personal flavor. I don't recommend it as like, hey, this is how everyone should do it. Nah. It's just my personal flavor because it covers the things that I'm interested in the most, how input is being handled, how spawning is being handled, how I can move elements in 3D world, how I can I process data, etc, right? What is the engine's idea, and shit like that. So far, if I remember correctly from their last stream, I learned how to do the basic inheritance in Godot, which is kind of funny that it took a bit of time. But basically, I created this obstacle node. Everything in Godot is being named as node, right? It is area 3D node. It contains collision and a model and a simple obstacle script that on physics moves along the axis that it is being spawned by. On, did I say? And when it overlaps with something, it prints out what it overlapped with. And then I have a coin. which if we take a peek, obstacle is like this, coin is like this, right? Yeah, great graphics, bro. Great graphics. So it actually extends obstacle, which means it inherits from obstacle. Everything that is happening there in the obstacle is happening also for coin, but here my mesh instance 3D is being called in here because I wanted to have a script, additional script, visual rotator that I can attach to any node that I wanted to just have a simple rotation, right? On. That's one thing. I don't remember why I created variable for that. And I also want to at some point touch on C# with Godot and the graphics capabilities, shaders, etc. Because let me maybe quickly show you. I'll load it underneath. Unreal and Godot running together on one PC. What could go wrong, right? Basically, at some point, maybe it will be next stream, maybe the stream after that, I don't know. I came up with some idea for an art style. Or it's not even, I wouldn't call it an art style yet. I would say it is more of an idea for an art style and some exploration of what? Of how the post-process should work like, etc. What kind of challenges there are. I started it in Unreal for some other project, but me and my friend, we decided to take this thing into our project that we are working together. And in motion, it looks a little bit better. Oh yeah, why not? Let's open it up. I finally need to record the video of it so I don't have to turn on the whole Unreal Engine. The whole ass Unreal Engine. Is it this? Yeah. That's how it looks like in motion. In motion it looks way better. It is supposed to look like a flip booky thing. Not only a heavy outline, but it's supposed to look like the whole world was being drawn on a grid paper when you are bored in the classroom and you start doodling out. This is how it's supposed to look like. And I want to try to achieve similar look. Wait. I think that's the wrong level. That's a correct level. Here you go. I need to record that. And at some point I will try to recreate this in Godot, although I know nothing of Godot capabilities right now. When it comes to like post-processing, I only know what one of my tech artist friends told me, that supposedly achieving this in Godot might be a little bit easier than I did in Unreal. Because I could somehow access render stack. I'm not a rendering person at all, so I don't really understand, but yeah. Alright. So, from what I see in the game, I have the coin. I am printing out if coin overlap with player or obstacle attack player. I am good with that. Let's create spawner. And what I mean by spawner, let me quickly get into some level. Level or scene. You trying to flip between Unreal Engine nomenclature versus Godot sometimes takes a little bit of time in the old noggin. But fuck it, I guess. Oh my god, sorry for the cough. Suddenly, like 20 minutes before stream, I started having a cough. I started coughing and I was like, ah, yes, immediate, right before the stream. It always happens before the stream. So, right now I just have those things placed in the level, right? And what I really want to do is create like 3 spawners. Let me maybe draw that, because that would be easier to explain. Let me take a... I'm sorry. For that, let's turn off those things for a second. Oh, there's something like visibility parent. If I have to guess, if some other node in the scene is turned invisible, it will turn invisible with it. Visibility parent must be... Okay, okay. That's actually quite cool that you have this option, but let me take a quick screenshot of this. Do I have my flame shot turned on? No. Right. And what I want to quickly script away in the GD script. Right. We have this thing going on. So I want to have like... Wait, what? There will be like one spawner here. That is static, or maybe some further down the road, but... Right. Second spawner. I want to basically have like 3 lanes of spawning things. And the third spawner. Right, and each one of those will have some data attached to it, right? About what it can spawn, right? Array of things. Things to spawn, right? Each one of those will have, could have either similar array or maybe completely different. I want to kind of explore it. So we will have just a spawner. Where's laser? Just spawners as spawners with the logic of like, hey, every now and then, at some time interval, I am spawning something. Randomly from this array of things. And this array of things could be done in a couple of ways. It could be just a variable that is exposed that has lists of other nodes that it can spawn, right? Other obstacles. And you can just create 3 instances of those and just click it through. But I kind of want to see if I can do a little bit more data-driven approach, so I can have another asset, node, file, whatever the fuck Godot would work with, right? That will just list like some type of asset, right? Oh my god. Like some type of asset that will contain a list of things to spawn. Maybe even 2 assets, right? Containing lists to spawn, and I can just choose which file it should access. Why am I doing it this roundabout way instead of just directly, just in place, right, immediately? Mostly because I want to see how this kind of route of accessing other files works with this. Why? Because the game that me and my friend is want to work on is kind of a like JRPG inspired. Maybe not JRPG per se, but JRPG inspired. And you will have a lot of data tables with lists of items, things to spawn, etc., etc. So if you want to take Godot, we want to see if we can work with this type of file, or is everything has to be done in place. I am sure that it can work with the like other file types, etc., or just other files, so you can create a big division between a spawner and the list of things that it can spawn, so they are not contained within the same file, right? That there you can nicely encapsulate those things and divide, because Slay the Spire 2 was being released in Godot, so I am sure that they did exactly that. That there is a definition of a card, and then there how it works, how it looks, etc., etc. And then there's actual data that is being read by card that actually, helps it load the specific graphics, what the effects in the game does it contain, etc., etc. Because that's how you would separate those things. You have a generic container for something that has a generic recipe of how it behaves in the game, and then just files that are modifying it. I'm not sure if I explained it correctly. I might have stumbled my tongue a little bit. So that's how I want to kind of do it. So first of all, I should probably create a new scene, because it will be completely new scene. Do I need it to have like any 3D anything? Should it be area 3D, but without collisions? I'm not sure yet, because in Unreal Engine I know many of the base classes, right? Here I know nothing, so let me explore something. Is it 3D scene? Wait, no, I want to create a new script. Yeah, new scene. What it should be. Recent where mesh instance 3D, it won't be represented by any mesh instance, it will be invisible. Collision shape 3D, not really, it won't have collision, it will just be some area in 3D space. I only want to visualize it in editor so I can nicely space out everything. This is like a mesh, node 3D is just a node 3D. What else do I have? Node 3D, skeleton modifier, collision object. Yeah, that's what you always end up doing when you are exploring new engine. It's like, okay, what kind of base types do I have here? And you're just going through it. Oh, there's marker 3D, generic 3D position hint for editing. I think I will go for area 3D. Okay. Scene name, generic spawner. And Now I have a generic spawner in here, and there is like some problem. There's no haze, no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. Consider adding collision shape, collision. Okay. So I fucked up. Shouldn't have been area 3D. Alright. So let me delete this. Remove. Close tab. Don't save. I want to have this. Let me create it once again, and it will be just a 3D scene. It will be generic. Right? Or it could be spawner base. I'm not doing any, how to say it, management of files and folders right now, because I am yet to understand how whole Godot works. So without that knowledge, I don't really know how to just, in what way should I, where's the division lie for folders, etc. I'm always gravitating towards domain name folders, or like specific object space folders, but it just like multiple inheritance, it quickly goes sideways. So I love tagging. I love every program that let me tags files, so I can just explore it via tags. I don't know if there is anything like this in Godot. I don't think so. You can just add to favorites. And I really have scene collection, etc., etc. So yeah. All right, I need to go for a quick break. Where's my OBS? I need to go for a quick break, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes. All right, sorry for that small break. And now here we are. Okay, so we got spawner base, and we need to attach some script to it, right? So that's the one thing that I'm always forgetting. Like if I have a scene obstacle, right? And then I have obstacle, and it just extends area 3D. Yeah, like what I'm trying to basically find is if there is a quick button that I could click, like, yeah, create the script for that. For that specific thing. Create, press, script, template, no, default, object, empty. I guess node 3D. 3D. That's what it extends, right? Because it's that, and the name, I want this to be, or just built-in script. No, I want this to be named spawner base. Right? Right. Spawner base, and when I'm working on obstacle, no, not obstacle, spawner base. This is theme 3D. Attach script. Aha, so that's how you do it. Okay, so I can delete that. And I'm constantly forgetting I'm using the case that is being used in Unreal. Meanwhile, I should have been using kebab case because that's how Godot likes it. And to quickly show you the difference, it's like kebab case versus camel case, right? So kebab case is this. This is bad. Kebab case is this. Name dash name, right? And that's what's being used in Godot. Oh, that's the base implementation showing. While Unreal uses Pascal case. And I constantly fuck up the naming. So can I still rename this? Yes, I can. Spawner base. That's how it should be named, right? And that's when I can go like here. Attach script, quickly create script, spawner base GD, yeah, GD script, no default, create, and it immediately creates script that I want. And how we should do it. I really wish we could work in a double pane way. Wait, what? Can be floating? That's actually quite neat that it can be floating. I can put it on another monitor or whatever. I can even go like this. And I can go like this. No, I don't like what the 3D is smashed. 3D viewport is smashed like that. I'd rather have it like completely like that. And I wonder if I can do double pane code editing, but I don't think I can here. If I will be, if me and my friend will decide to do it take this engine for our project, then I will just be, writing in Rider. But whatever, right? How can I spawn things? First of all, export, that's how it's being called, right? Variable, I want this to be basically like the time interval at which things are being spawned, right? So let's call it spawn time interval, or spawn time interval. It should be float, and let's have a basic value of. That's how you write it, or am I C++ing it? I am C++ing it. Right, so every 5 seconds it should be spawning, right? Spawn should be at the local 00. So yeah, so that's easy. The only thing that I want to really add here is add child node, like a visual in editor visualization of 3D shape, so I can understand it better. But I'm not sure if collision shape. No, I just want a shape that is only being visible in editor. How can I do this? Visual instance 3D. I just want the wireframe of it. Geometry instance. Like this. No. Soft body and Godot. Deformable 3D physics mesh. I wonder how that works when it comes to efficiency, because simulation of soft body physics, ooh, that's some hardcore shit. Collision shape 3D, but it requires collision object, and that's not exactly what I'm trying to find. Zinx is here. Hello, how are you doing? Hi, I'm doing great. I had like 2 weeks vacation off from day job and 3 weeks from streaming, so I'm kind of well rested. How about you? How are you doing? And of course, I developed a cough 30 minutes before streaming started. Okay, I don't see anything that would be like. No, that I. Did I really just do like a. Let me quickly Google this. Oh my god. That's not exactly what I want. The hell with it. Zink says 2-week vacation tomorrow, and Monday is work day. So tomorrow I'm starting slowly to build a small horror game. Oh, okay, okay. So you're back to the work after 2 weeks of vacation. Nice. So we kind of vacation in the similar time frame. And how are you after vacation? Well rested? And what were you doing for vacation? Did you like travel somewhere, or did you chill out at home? I think I'm overthinking whatever I'm doing here right now. I think I'm overthinking things a bit. Yeah, I'm overthinking. Fuck that. Zing says yes and no. Nothing. Yes and no. Nothing. I did nothing. Literally nothing. Laying flat at home and gaming. I needed a break from everything. I get you. I understand you. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I wish for vacations like this. Couple of days just laying flat at home, gaming and stuff. That's a nice break from everything. Nice reset. What were you playing? Mm. Ah yes, they have kebab case only for file names, but in this thing they're using the snake case. So I forgot. I forgot. Long time in turbo. Elden Ring. Nice. You've been playing Elden Ring. And how are you finding it? Are you a fan of From Software games? And did you like the Elden Ring? I haven't played Elden Ring yet, so I don't have any of my own impression. Apart from looking at the art and really liking it. What are your impressions? Kinda. Feel like I really want to add this 3D box, but okay, whatever. Whatever the fuck. Replace. Okay, so when the scene is ready for the first time, also I want to create like a var, not exploded, but like last on time, right? And it will be -0. And because I need to initialize it with something, and of course I want it to be a floating point, right? And here, when we're ready, it should be our first on time, I think. Maybe no, let's add passing here. When processing, if last on time equal -1, I'm forgetting. I want to write it like C++. I'm forgetting that if cases is just like the Python. And I haven't scripted in Python for a long ass time. So. Oh, we got a big impression from Zinc. Let's read it. To be honest, Elden Ring is the last game I bought from software. Because there's nothing new. It feels like kinda asset flip. Yes, there are new models, but the major is reused from the last titles. Of course you have here and there new animations or weapons, more choices for builds, but somehow I'm more disappointed what FromSoft created with Elden Ring. A lot of the space is barren or empty and has zero to none purpose. The quests are horribly designed with a lot of catches and you need to replay. Oh, okay. Absolute Cowardice here. Hi. If I could, I would erase Elden Ring from existence. Holy shit. So you, Absolute Coward, you have very anti Elden Ring opinion. And Zinx, you have also like a big critique of it, that it is too relying on the previous games, and there's like nothing new, just like, from what I understand, like a couple of new assets, animations, etc. here and there, but it feels bloated remix of everything that was before, but nothing new, if I understand correctly your opinion. An absolute coward, you hate this game. You hate this game. An absolute coward, why do you? I'm curious about the opinion. Why do you don't like this game? Like I said, I haven't played it yet. At some point, I know I will play it, because just looking at the concept arts, etc., visually, it is very pleasing for me. Although I have to say, I usually bounced back from some of the combat in, I think, I don't remember, was it Dark Souls 1 or 3? I don't remember, but I was playing some class and it was constant. I felt like I was constantly being cheated on. But Bloodborne, I played for a long time. I borrowed it from work at the day job back in the day, almost 10 years ago, I think. And I really enjoyed Bloodborne. Absolute Coward says, does nothing meaningful that wasn't done before. Oh, so, okay. It was a mistake for the franchise to pivot towards only ever caring about the bosses when that wasn't its original design or identity. You even see this problem in Dark Souls 3, but it's really, really bad in Elden Ring. Okay, so I see you kind of guys are in agreement that there is like no. If you're a fan of From Software games, there's nothing new there, right? There's no new meaningful changes. Zink says Elden Ring is not at all a Dark Souls game. It has nothing to do with Dark Souls. It has zero lore story. Oh. There are literally holes in the lore, and you have no clue what actually happened. For example, the witch Rani trained to free herself and got a cursed rune mark after that. She was an outcast. The frenzied have 3 finders, don't ask, I won't, while others only 2. What is the purpose in that? I still don't get it after almost 600 hours. Holy shit! And we got our first AI AI dropping in. Some bot. Alright. Thank you. And let's get back to... Wait, where I was in here? In this browser, I was here. Okay. So, it's safe to say that if you dug 600 hours into this game, you really know it well and you know what the hell are you talking about. Okay. Alright, I wasn't really aware of that kind of thing with this game. I only observed it from the far and I only heard like great praises about this. I never really played it. It's good to learn about different perspectives. It's good to learn, because right now I always felt like shame maybe is a bit of a wrong word to use, but I felt like this is like a huge thing that I was missing in my backlog. I was like, ah, shit, eventually I need to sit down to this game. But what your guys are describing makes me feel at ease. Like, I can wait another 6 years. Absolute Coward says, I started playing From Software games because Invasions as a multiplayer mechanic is so unique and fun. That's true. And it isn't really found anywhere else. Elden Ring isn't. Elden Ring multiplayer is general horrible. In general, is horrible. I'm 1k hours in Elden Ring. 1000 hours. Shit. That's a lot. The AI should call it Peekaboo, would be more impressive, but back. Yeah, I agree. Instead of Stream Boo Peekaboo, it would be way better. But back to Elden Ring. Actually, there are fingers. I don't know why they exist, and you need to read a lot there. They explain zero to nothing. You have two dudes that are kind and consort, and that's why, yeah, from something I've noticed that all the really bad games are pretty easy to pick up and get into, and every truly masterfully made game is at least somewhat off-putting to play at first. Oh, that there is the oh my god, I'm lacking word. Steep learning curve. It's not easing you into it, easing you into the experience. Okay, so what I understand, like the one thing that I liked about Bloodborne is that, at least from my perspective, when I played it, the atmosphere was super thick. I don't think I went super far with the plot to understand everything, but each tidbit that I got was like, I kind of felt like as if I was playing first Half-Life or second Half-Life, where I didn't knew all the lore of the story, but everything was kind of percolating from the atmosphere of the game, from the environment, etc. I don't know, like I never felt that I'm not getting anything, right? And from what you are guys describing, Elden Ring is like totally opposite. That there are things present, but you cannot make connections between those things. And you need to basically go onto Wikipedia and read about it, right? Absolute Coward says Dark Souls 2 is my big one. I still have actually played and finished Bloodborne now that it is easier to emulate. Ah, yes, they made big strides to emulate Bloodborne. I'm also a fan of that. More people will experience it, that's great. I don't know why there hasn't been PC port yet, but that's another topic on its own. Zing says, what I hate is the new engine that FromSoft created. The POV in the distance is so badly optimized, even the pathways of the NPCs is terrible. Imagine you have Dragon around 50 meters away, around 20 enemies, the Dragon flies there, and you need to kite him back while avoiding to trigger the 20 mobs. That is a bad game design. Oh yeah, it would be terribly annoying. Oh yeah, it would be horribly annoying. I can already imagine myself being pissed off. Zink says, I like Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3. I think it was Dark Souls 3 that I bounced back. But my roommate back then told me that I just picked the worst class to start off playing FromSoft games ever, because it was my first From Software game. And that I picked something, I don't remember what I picked actually. But it was so annoying to play this game. But Bloodborne was like way better introduction for me at least. Absolute Coward says Dark Souls 2 engine has the most reliable PvP. Oh, really? I heard this opinion. I don't remember where was it. Someone that I talked to or some podcast. I don't remember that they said that Dark Souls 2 is kind of like hiddenly a gem. It's not being talked as much about as like DS3, Elden Ring, or Bloodborne, but that it is like a hidden gem if someone wants to get into From Software games. Zink says Deprived is the goat, but as far as I know, DS2 has a bug when you can backstep from the side or something. Oh! Damn. I also wanted always to get into Sekiro, because I was watching my friend at work playing it, and it looked cool. But I don't know why I never got to it. In 2019? Why did not get into it? I don't remember, but it looked cool when I was seeing my friend play. It looked really cool. Absolute Coward says backstabs work different in every Souls game. DS2 is the most consistent and reliable because it's a hit grab and fighting game turn. Oh, really? I might have to try it then, because I like fighting games. I'm not expert at it, but I enjoy them. Zing says Sekiro is easy as hell. From my point of view, not really a dark genre game, just parry and kill. Oh, it's about parrying? just parrying, I'm not a very big fan of this mechanic in games, depending on how it was, of course, executed. But oftentimes I feel like it is executed in such a way that I'm not good at it also, but I'm constantly getting annoyed by that. Like, for example, right now I am playing Spider-Man 2 on PC, and there is a parry mechanic. You don't have to really use it. But at some points there are enemies that you do really have to use it if you don't want to waste your time fighting them. And there is something about how it is implemented that it just annoys me, because I feel like my timing doesn't matter really that much. Neither timing of my button press or animation or anything like this. It feels very floaty. Like I don't get when I'm supposed to hit. Like it feels like the window for correct parrying is so huge that sometimes I feel like I missed. Oh, I won. And the other time it's like, oh, I should have parried it. And the game doesn't recognize it, and I'm like, I have no idea what the frame, what my parry window is in here. So yeah, I'd rather duck and run away. Absolute Coward says Demon Souls, DS1, DS3, and Elden Ring all use a system based on proximity and angles rather than the actual hitbox. Oh really? I wasn't aware of that. So they are just judging the proximity to the enemy and the angle of hit, not the actual hitbox. That's interesting. Zing says, yeah, secure, you have a stance gouge and your opponent has one, and you need to manage his and yours while parrying to break his stance and look out that yours does not break. Oh, so that's what they copied in the Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. I hated this shit. But mostly because of bugs, because this game was bugged the fuck out. So, yeah. Absolute Coward. Backsteps in these games are comparable in PvP function to grabs. Grabs in... Okay. If you grab... Okay. I understand what you're saying. Down to the main benefit not being damaged, but instead meaning that you can get a hard knockdown that you can do Okizimi off of. Okay. Yeah, like a grab in whatever, Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter or whatever. It's not that you are doing great damage there, but it's the start or the extension of the combo after that. You're convincing me, Absolute Coward, that maybe I should put Dark Souls 2 on my wishlist and on Steam. On Steam, because I rarely play console these days. I don't know. My console is being right now mostly used by me and my girl for Netflix, for Disney Plus. It's like I don't have any subscription. I canceled all of that because it's like, I don't know, why bother, right? Zing says use the Scholars of First Sin is the better version. Oh, is this version on Steam? Let me quickly check it. Although I don't know when I will be able to sit down to it, because I'll be honest, my gaming time budget is extremely thin. And the First Sin, Dark Souls 2, Steam. Oh, there is on Steam. Oh, even base price for Polish currency is not that bad. That's a nice gloomy atmosphere. All right. Thank you for recommendation. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let me get back to scripting. That was nice learning something about both Elden Rings and the From Software. As you see, I'm not very well versed in From Software universe, I would say. So thank you for the recommendation. Now I am smarter for that and I will know better. Thank you guys. Alright, if last time is this, then I don't want to spawn things immediately, so also the other thing, I should add some randomization whether it should spawn or not. Because I don't want to spawn thing every 5 seconds. It's more like every 5 seconds I want to check if I should spawn, right? Basically, I haven't written any documentation for that. So I'm doing it. I'm figuring things out while doing it. Spawn probability. Now, you can also take it in that direction that you can have a list of things to spawn. And first you can select a thing that you would like to spawn. And each thing could have probability attached to it. And then it could, of course, detect whether, take a draw, whether it should spawn or not. But I don't want to get too complicated with game logic. I'd rather explore the engine because it's just an evaluation, not making a real game to release, right? So, Zinc says, it got over the years more brighter. Demon's Souls was dark and gritty, but Elden Ring is bright and sunny. It has literally zero frills. So, if you can get it, only on discount. Oh yeah, that for sure. I wasn't planning to pay the full price because, you know, money, right? Times are the way they are. Everyone is saving up, etc. So yeah, only on discount, only on a heavy discount. Cyberpunk 2077, I bought it only this year, only when the price of both base game and the extension got to like 100 Polish zlotys, which would be like, what, $25 or something like this, right? 25 euros for both of those things, because I felt like no, I cannot pay the full price for both. And the same with like if I ever buy Elden Ring, only on heavy discount, because yeah. Absolute Coward says Kingsfield 4 and Shadow Tower Abyss are also good FromSoft games. Oh, actually never heard about them. I only heard about those mech games. I think playing them gives someone a better idea of what Dark Souls was actually supposed to be. Kingsfield 4. Let's take a peek, why not? Ah, it was on PlayStation 2. Alright. My friend played it. Now I remember him talking about how he loved this game. Yeah. And this chubby guy. Awesome. And Shadow Tower Abyss. Do I recognize this? Nah, that one I don't recognize. But then those UIs, user interface from PlayStation 2. PlayStation 2 is such an PlayStation 2 games is such an aesthetic, right? Because Devil May Cry also had similar UI perspective going on. Shadow Hedgehog. Yeah. And why? JD House, hey, long time no see. How are you? How are you doing? Absolute Coward. Why is that those two games are giving better idea of what Dark Souls was supposed to be? I'm curious about that. Spawn probability, let's give it 50%, right? First of all, spawn time interval. And how do you get time? Get time? How can I access current game time? Is it just this time? Really? a singleton working with time data. The time singleton allows correcting time between various formats, and also getting time information from the system. So what? I can go like time and get date time from system, from Unix time, from. I just want a simple get fucking time. I don't want to get ticks. No. Oh, I can get time zone. Should it be this? Get Unix time from system? I don't know. JD has W. I'm good. What about you? I'm good as well. I'm after vacation. 2 weeks from day job, 3 weeks from streaming. I feel kind of rested, so you know, it's all good. It's all good. What are you working on right now? JD has W. Absolute Coward answers about Kingsfield 4 and Shadow Tower Abyss. Why he thinks those games give a better idea of what Dark Souls was actually supposed to be. Demon Souls Dark Souls was what replaced Kingsfield in terms of being FromSoft's source of income. Oh yeah, that is true. That is what carries them right now. This month April. Right now we are exploring API of time. Connect, disconnect, MX signal. These are just like a regular. Okay, but which one should I use for get datetime dict? I don't know what this dict means. From datetime string. Okay. Get datetime string. I don't want string. I just want. In Unreal it would be float in. Or double. Sorry, it will be double. Just get current time as double and in seconds or whatever. I don't care if it is milliseconds. I just want the current timestamp just to measure whether I should try spawn something or not. So get time, get time, get Unix time. I think it should be get Unix time from system. Returns the current Unix timestamp in seconds based on the system time in UTC. Great. Find the operating system or system's time in UTC. But it's not exactly what I kinda wanted. Why? Because it gives me the time from the system, which means if I press the pause button in a game, and time will be happening, and then I will unpause the game. Suddenly, all of my timers will be thrown off because they will be immediately true. So whatever was waiting for a specific passage of time happening would be taking the pause into the equation, so everything will fire off at once, right? That's not what I want. I want the time that was also, first of all, dilated by delta. Second of all, when the game is being paused, the timer is being paused, right? That's kind of what I want, and that's not exactly it. So what else I could use here? What is get ticks milliseconds? Returns the amount of time passed in milliseconds since the engine started. That's what I want. Returns the amount of time passed in milliseconds since the engine started. Will be always positive or 0 and uses 64-bit value. It will wrap after 500 million years. Yeah. The one thing that I'm interested though is this method actually affected by Paul? Milliseconds, here in microseconds, okay. Is there like anything about the pause? No math. Okay, so I don't know if it is. Never decrease. Alright. I guess we will learn that later. Absolute Coward says, They try to give you a place to experience in which the place has stories and other things inside of it, which is also what the first few Souls games did. That's as opposed to hard focusing on whatever the internet decided was their favorite part, bosses, at the expense of everything else. Yeah, that's a fair criticism. Yeah, that's always before Elden Ring. I remember even talking to like friends that were fan of these games, or even me playing Bloodborne. I liked combat. It was hard but joyful. And what? My English is broken after those 3 weeks. Sorry, and not joyful. Um, I really enjoyed the combat, right? But it wasn't the thing that I was talking to anyone like, oh, the combat is the thing that I love the most about this game. No, it was more like the atmosphere, everything around, the stories that created from me playing this game. That I don't know. I went into a location and I had a completely different adventure than some other person, even though we fought the exact same enemies, but I approached it differently than my friend from work did. So completely different emergent stories happened, right? So I remember the visuals, the atmosphere. Yeah, yeah. So there is a truth to what you're saying. Absolute coward. Yeah, yeah. But of course, if you are just reading Reddit, Twitter, or whatever, you might be thinking that these games are about fighting bosses. It's just a boss rush, right? And that is the main draw, which, from what you're saying right now, is what they're aiming for. That's interesting how it will be happening later. Zings asks, side question, do you design either UI like icons, etc.? I created a flashlight with Affinity, but the bars are from Unreal Engine. Yes, I'm still using it, tried different approaches in my engine, and I'm only integrating an ECS component. I sometimes think if an indie dev creates a game, he needs to be on par with high-end studios, but that is corrupt mindset or not? I don't really design UI or icons, but I know that for the game that me and my friend will be working on, we will be designing at least placeholders. They will be ugly, but the intention there would be like at some point we would love to like save up some money and maybe pay like a UI artist to be like, all right, here's what we're going for. It's butt fuck ugly, but here's the intention. Try to make it a little bit better, right? But I'll be honest, I don't think indie dev should be on par with high-end studios. I'll be honest, because take a look at this. Like high-end studios can spend 200, 300 million dollars on the game and it fucking flops day one, especially if it's like a multiplayer, right? And it can get cancelled after 2 weeks. The whole studio dissolved. Investors up top said like, hey, this bet didn't pay off. Let's cut. You know, let's sink that ship early, right? Meanwhile, you have games like Slay the Spire, Slay the Spire 2, or Newgenics. Look at the UI in those games. It is rather simple, and it's not like the best perfect UI ever that you would see from $300 million budget, right? But it works. It is readable. That's the most important part. It's readable. There's some style to it, but it's not like corporation perfect, and people love those games, right? So it's all about enjoyment, I would say. So even if your UI is not, you know, made perfectly, if it is readable and the gameplay is good and you're an indie, people will much rather pay you and play your game than whatever the $300 million budget new multiplayer game is. So no, I don't think neither you should try to compete or give a fuck about being compared to them. I think, and at least I will. I know that I wouldn't be comparing myself to them because it's like right now these are basically two different industries split apart, and one is dying, one is on the rise. In the side of things, right? Absolute Coward says, giving up and not trying to be on par with AAA is giving up on being an artist. I'm not sure if I agree. It depends on how you do interpret being on par with AAA. If you are talking about striving for art integrity, trying to give the best expression of what you're trying to do, just as AAA artists are trying to do, yeah, that's true. But the sheer amount of like vast of things that you can that they could achieve with $300 million budget compared to like indie budget, it's not really comparable. And trying to do on your own small budget things that they do, I don't think it can give you a headache, right? Instead, striving for a creative art style, being clever, using different tricks, and doing things that they wouldn't do because they're a big corporation and they cannot do some things. That's what I would hit for. But as far as for artistic value, yeah, for sure. Zink says you can never be on par with AAA as a solo dev. It is comparing 100 to 1,000 people working on a game and one single person. That's why I think it's wrong, because if I try to do it, I would finish only after 10 years. No, it is simplistic. I have, for example, if it hits internally 20% of battery, it starts flickering on the red bar. If it hits 20%, it starts dimming. At over 0%, it is black. After that, you need to reload the battery. Yeah, like the most important thing about UI, as everyone here knows, right, is that the user understands it. They understand what is going on. Perfect. Perfect. The graphics for that don't have to be the prettiest graphics, right? It has to be readable, understandable, and not get in the way of the gameplay, right? Look at the newest indie sensation from Japan, Mecha Chameleon, right? The UI there is something out of the student's game jam game, right? And yet it exploded because it is such a joyful game. I played it and it's just a pure joy, right? And many AAA companies would kill for the amount of players that they have, right? So let's not forget that the games are supposed to, be joyful. So yeah, I know it's easy to get into like this mindset of comparing yourself to like other bigger companies. But at the end of the day, player reward fun. They reward fun, they reward, whether they are enjoying experience that you're providing or not, right? Whether a company spent $1 billion to make it or 2 Japanese students made a game somehow and it exploded to players, in the end it doesn't matter, right? Absolute Chaos says, thing is, those 1,000 people are not your equal. Unrelated, but I plan on hiring 9 women for my studio so that we can get a child in just 1 month. Yeah, I love this analogy. I love that analogy. Thing is, those 1,000 people are not your equal. Those 1,000 people are all who studied or are working 10 plus years only on game development, and everyone has his own specific area, while the solo dev needs to fill all the areas. It's true that those 1,000 people are mostly, you're only really competing with the best. There's also another thing that you have to take into the consideration, and I had experience working for a big 300 plus company that you can take really great artist, great programmer, great writer, great developer, right? Like top notch. Put them in the corporation setting, and suddenly there's like a shit ton of roadblocks between this artist and what they are trying to achieve. And those roadblocks are usually kind of working like filter. There is the unfiltered version of what the artist, engineer, or whomever, the developer is trying to achieve. And it gets filtered out until only like a small sliver of the original intention is there. Or straight up, a developer is not being hired for their opinion. A developer is being hired to just fucking work, right? And execute a vision of some other person. Now, who is that other person? If it is a great game director, great lead, etc., it can still, pull off something great, right? But if it is more like corporate led, HR, I don't know how to even describe it, but I think you get a sense of what I'm saying. Like if person at the steer of the direction for art, engineering effort, or whatever is not up to par, you can have the greatest artist in your team. Unfortunately, their skills will be not used properly. They will be unhappy, and the product will suffer for it, right? The game at the end will suffer for it. So, yeah, there can be a situation when you have 1,000 people and they could be the best on the planet, but because of the corporation structure, literally none of that talent will be used in the game in a correct way, if you get what I'm saying. Absolute Coward says, still can't wait for J to come out. That will make it way easier for good video games to be made. What is J? J AI? That's how I should read it? Like, the Jonathan Blow's programming language, that what you're referring to? I heard a little bit something about that. I have to get more into this, but let me tell you, I'd rather work with the Jonathan Blow's programming language than Verse in Unreal Engine. Like, I tried to take a peek at Verse of what it will happen in Unreal Engine 6. Also, got deeply invested in what this revolution will be, and I'm a little bit, I don't know how to say it. I feel like someone pulled the rug underneath from me, and it's like I don't know where to go in the future when it comes to like day jobs, etc. But what is so unique about Jonathan Blow's programming language? You know anything, Absolute Coward? If that's of course what you're referring to. Zing says, I know what you try to tell. It's mostly the game dev leads who are in charge. Even if you have as an employee better idea, you need to follow instructions, otherwise you're going to be fired or terminated. Yes, exactly. And unfortunately, I have to say, during the last decade, the leads that were and managers, etc., that were great, mostly either retired, quit the whole industry, or they started their own indie companies. The guys that made the game, that we loved over the last 3 decades, right? They're no longer leading. And the new leads, I have to say, some of them shouldn't be leads. Just because they are filling out the corporate criteria for experience, number of years, etc., they just shouldn't be appointed leads because they don't have that skill to be a lead. This is a different skill set, right? To be a great lead. And yeah, some of them, of course, are great leads, but unfortunately, I'm sure you heard stories about different companies, etc., how they're being led in the last 5 years compared to like 15 years ago, right? And what was the intention behind everything, etc. And yeah, that's why I think especially Western AAA industry is kind of falling down, and indie scene, both worldwide, I would say, is kind of on the rise because it seems kind of like indie scene is maneuvering in the same way that the games used to like 15 years ago, right? Yeah. Absolute Chaos says, right now the only real competitor is maybe Raylib C. Yeah, one day I will sit down to Raylib. I need to. Zink says, Division is now more on multiplayer because of the long time income for app stores and subscriptions, for example. Facts, DLC, pack content. This is what I say in the last time. Yes. Absolute Cowards about GAI. Jai. I don't know how to say this name of this language. The language itself seems nice, but the biggest feature I know about it is you get a lot of compile time freedom. Oh. It's intended to be a competitor to C++, which otherwise really doesn't exist. Yeah, the only thing is like everyone is trying to rewrite everything into Rust, from C++ to Rust. But I don't know anything about Rust, so I cannot really talk about this. Which otherwise really doesn't exist, and I don't have a hard time believing pretty much anything can be made better than C++. That's like the biggest, how to say it, the biggest paradox. Everyone and their mother knows that worked with C++ knows everything that is bad with this language. I like C++, but even I am like, when I'm at the day job typing shit out, I'm like, I wish, for example, I don't have to add consts to every fucking thing. I wish the const was implied and I would use mutable when I want something to be mutable. Like, there are so many design decisions about the language, right? But on the other hand, yet to be dethroned when it comes to game development, right? So that's a funny paradox. Everyone hates it, everyone knows the problems with this language, etc. Haven't been defeated since C++ started being used in game development. There's of course Unity and C#, etc. like here and there, but mostly C++, right? And that's funny. I find it very funny. But hey, if he's working on that and if it looks promising, I am all for it. Like, I love the competition in this kind of space. Absolute Coward says the actual biggest thing is that he said he plans on releasing the engine used, but in format more similar to template than a whole GUI nonsense thing like what we've seen for the past 20 years, like Raylib examples. Ah, okay, okay. Could you elaborate more, Absolute Coward, about compile time freedom? How this language gives you that? Because I'm curious, what do you mean by that, or what Jonathan Blows means by that? That is interesting. But in format more similar to a template. So it seems like it would be more adjustable to what you need, right? So like, hey, here's a bunch of like Raylib, at least from my understanding. Here's a tool set, here are the examples, build what you need for yourself, right? That is interesting. Did anyone shipped Raylib made game into Steam with like a huge success or on consoles or something? I'm wondering. That is interesting. If plus spawn time is -1, or if can I do it like this actually? Current time, or if it is equals -1, or the last spawn time plus spawn time interval is bigger or equal current time, then I want not spawn time interval, but last spawn time on current time. So basically what it is, like, hey, get the current time if we are first starting the application, which means that we don't have last spawn time, or if spawn time interval has elapsed, save what is happening right now. Right? And what I want to do right now is just a little simple probability check, which we will right now look into random library of Godot. Absolute Coward says, any normal function can be executed at compile time, much more freely than const expression. Oh, snap! I like that. And there are no external build tools at all. Oh, I love that. I love that. As a guy, yeah, I sometimes I had to set up like some build tool chain back in the days, especially at university. I freaking love if I don't have to do this. A JI build script is just another J meta program. Oh, and reportedly it compiles much faster. Yeah, that I can easily believe. C++ is fucking long with compilation time. Like, if someone works both in C++ and C, like, C compiling times is, okay, whatever. I love the fact that any normal function can be executed at compile time, because not only that, it also could give us compile time error checks. I don't know if I'm wording it badly, because compile, of course, looks for the error in code, but in the compilation of the code, whether you make an error, syntax error, or used things incorrectly, etc. But I'm talking about, you could theoretically write code in such fashion that certain game logic could be checked at the compile time. Know what I'm saying? For example, you could have a math library that would make sure that, hey, you're making, for example, operations on two, you have one matrix, the other transformation matrix, right? And you could do a compile time check whether they are in the same space, because maybe one is in the world space and maybe the other is in the local space of some other object, but you are wrongly trying to do an wrong operation on them, and you could check your mathematics, for example, which would be huge in compile time. It could just give you a compile error, be like, well, you are trying to right now, for example, do a transformation, but one matrix is in a completely different space, so it will be wrong. That would great. I love that. Another thing that I would have to like get around, Jai. Did Mr. Jonathan Blown said anything about the time frame when he is planning to release that to general public? Absolute Coward says, the biggest case I can think of is letting people do ECS things without all the weight of making a full ECS that nobody realistically needs. Like if you need to log the contents of a struct of arrays, that can be kind of a hassle. True. If you want to switch from that struct to another one. I imagine that could be automated based on compile time analysis of struct X and Y's fields. Let me reread it, because the last sentence I don't think I understood. I log the contents of the struct of arrays, yes, SOA. It can be kind of... okay. Okay, I think I get it. Yeah, you could do... Yeah, you could do a lot of ECS compile time checks. For example, of whether you have correct archetypes. Yeah, basically also you could probably, depending on how you would, if you would create your own ECS library or whatever you're using, on some base assumptions, but you most probably could, for example, create archetypes in compile time with the assumption that they wouldn't be changing in runtime, right? That is a big assumption. Yeah, but you could do a lot. Yeah, you could do a lot of things in compile time, which would be wonderful. I think of that because it's a problem I ran into with Godot. Oh, you used ECS in Godot? Damn. As far as I know, it's coming out with the game. Oh my god, I forgot the name of the game, but I know what you're talking about, yes. So later this year or early 2027. So all of the podcasts that I listen to will be talking about this language, etc. So I won't miss it. Expected after if condition. Yeah, of course. I'm still fresh to the GDScript syntax. Still extremely fresh to it. Let me quickly clear my nose. Like, it's always like this. The day that I have the stream, the whole previous week, feel perfectly fine. The day of the stream, some allergy hits. It's like, why? Okay, so give me a sec. Right, thank you for your patience. Not a real ECS, but I did a small project that was all about using these structs of arrays just to learn and get comfortable using them. Okay, okay. Data-driven programming ECS is cool. It's really cool. I always am amazed, not only about the whole idea, but how people came to the idea. Like how they figured out, like, hey, ECS, data-driven, like trying to do the least amount of cache misses. It's a nice way of working, and also it kind of overrides so many problems that object-oriented programming has. Of course, you have to shift your way of thinking about stuff, especially you have to break away from all the patterns that schools, universities, and online courses teach about object-oriented programming, etc., etc. But I love the history of how someone came to and figured out the ECS pattern, etc., etc., right? That's always such a lovely story. Alright, so we have a lost spawn time. Okay, another thing that I kind of want to figure out, because if it is not the time to spawn anything, I kind of want to just do nothing. Is there something like this? There is. Yeah, if it is not a time for spawning, freaking return, don't do anything, right? I wonder if it will work like that. We'll see about that. I'm glad that Absolute Coward says, I'm glad that I dropped out of object-oriented pretty early on just because of the games I was stealing code from where and see. So structural programming. Functional programming, yeah. Yeah, that's great because the way that the programming is being taught is such way that you mostly meet OOP pilled people, and this OOP pill is so hardly interlodged into the goddamn organs of programmers' body that sometimes immediately things are being judged as bad by programmers if it is not object-oriented programming, right? It's being so tightly rooted that it's really hard to have conversations and break away from this. It's really hard. Zink says ECS is just modular and the render state is a direct input on low-level hardware. Absolute Cloud says it was only a bit after that I encountered object-oriented programming through what the other indie devs were doing and immediately got seeing how insane it got. Yeah, ECS is just modular. I'm not sure if I understand what you mean, Zink. Just modular. I mean, if you're talking about thinking about things as modules, that yeah, component is like a module of things, system is how you process modules, etc. Then yeah. Proud abstainer from Godot's band-aid solution to encapsulation signals. Oh, so you don't recommend using signals? Okay. Yeah, in general, like object-oriented programming, as it was created by the creator of the OOP, was created with one intention, and then it took into the other direction. If I remember correctly, the original creator of the OOP said that he created it mostly for messaging purposes, so it would be easier to message things between different objects. But it was taken as the perfect way to do a domain model of the world, right? Where it turns out that, yeah, maybe for us humans it makes sense to create boundaries of encapsulations like that, but computers don't think in that way, and the whole insanity follows, right? Absolute cowards. On the topic of the Godot's signals, why are you not a fan? I'm curious because I'm learning, and I would love to hear from you why a person possibly should stay away from Signal. Absolute Chaos says, you probably shouldn't listen to me about the best way to use Godot, because being real, my entire game runs through a global script called main just so that I can pretend I'm still in native. Yeah, sure. I'm still curious about the opinion, etc., right? Because it's always like a new perspective to look at things. So even if we do things differently, it's still nice to have that perspective in the back of the brain. I feel like. Zink says, if you have different entities in ECS, how it is called entity component system, that means you divide them and it becomes faster, while in a render state you need to define everything itself and it becomes slower. Yeah, okay, yeah, now I get you, Zink. Yeah, okay, thanks for clarification. Now I get you. Alright, so if it was the time to spawn, or I can do it simpler because I can just write everything in this if. We don't have brackets, curly brackets like in C++, so it doesn't look as ugly as in other things. Maybe, I love self-commenting code, so how about we just do var should how to name it? Should, because I want to see if I should take a draw on spawning. Should try spawning boolean, and it's this. I wonder if I can create such. I can, and I can do, if it is not true, then freaking return. And then I can go like this. Perfect. I like this. Because it immediately comments itself. Zink says, the best part about ECS is that the compiler does not need to read everything from top to bottom. It just accesses what it needs, not everything at the same time. Yeah, that is true. There are lots of best parts about ECS. Avoiding cache misses is one of the main things also, because you don't have to constantly take objects into the freaking cache memory. I know they're making bigger and bigger cache memories, but also the truth is that the hardware is getting more costly, and it doesn't look like it will slow down or reverse its course anytime soon. So being good with optimization is once again becoming a golden freaking thing. And yeah, avoiding cache misses, because you are processing a very specific part of your game right now, so you can load in nice chunks of data into your cache CPU cache memory and operating on that, avoiding time of retrieval of data for each and every goddamn entity. Perfect. I love that the most, I'll be honest. Absolute Coward says, compared to the alternative of managing your own encapsulation or foregoing encapsulation entirely, my ping, the situation I keep encountering in other people is that they relinquish control to the engine and somewhat quickly lose track and get confused by whatever the order of operations for the game is. That is true. Treating it as a black box. Okay, I'm made those scripts fucking work for me, right? Their game doesn't even have the chance to get that big before it becomes incomprehensible to them, and they operate on an individual part of their game with the fog of war effect. I agree. I totally agree. As they say, no notes. Like, I totally agree. It is depending which case you want to assign. L1, L2, L3 if you want it to be faster or slower. Yeah, that is also true. This is also very true. Yeah, and I think that the fog of war effect will unfortunately only get bigger because of vibe coding. There's a whole conversation about AI, etc. that we could have, and I'll be honest, I'm tired of that. But mostly because of how aggressive the discussion can happen quickly, can become quickly. But what I wanted to say, yes, there is this appeal to treating everything as a black box, using your own native language to say what should be done and not getting into nitty gritty of detail. That's why I think it will be even more appreciated for individuals that wants to get into nitty gritty of things and reduce fog of war in their mind when it comes to how the engine works, how the game loop works, how their own thing works. Because eventually, this intangible mess that either someone made by hand or generated or whatever will need fixing. And the person who can wade through this and will be able to fix it will be able to call for big money from people treating everything like this. It's always been like this, but I think this effect will be even bigger, and the people willing to learn nitty gritty details will be even earning more. There is this nice blog. Graham is here. Good morning, game devs. Hi. Hi, Graham. How are you doing? Long time no see. Let me quickly type in. There was Unreal Engine Firefighter. I'm always bad with names. No, not the game. Blog. Alar. That's how. What's the name? Yes, Alar. Sorry, Alar. I recommend this. Even in Unreal Engine 4 days, recommend a good read. The guy that was coming in at the end of the Unreal Engine game release. Everything is fucked. No one knows what is happening, and he comes in to the rescue, and he has some nice observations about that. And I think everything he was talking about that back in the day of Unreal Engine 4 got even bigger, regardless of what technology are you using. This effect of fog of war that you are talking about, Absolute Coward, is getting bigger, but it also means more opportunity for individuals that want to learn the nitty gritty, low level details of everything. Financial opportunity, to be exact. How are you doing, Graham? What are you working on right now? I really want to hear from you. Absolute Cowards. Doing all the encapsulation work myself, I know what context any individual update loop has. That is true. If I were using Godot's black box systems, there would be a lot of patchwork that's just me passing information to my game that it should really already know and have access to. The common, my enemy needs to know where my player is, so I guess I put a reference to the player in the enemy class or something. Oh, yeah. yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's true. Of course, if me and my friend will decide to use Godot for our project, for sure I would be taking C++ source and building the engine, right? Because I want to read everything. If I don't agree with something, I can fix things. I still am in the weeds about everything, basically, right? So as you can see, I'm still processing how everything should work. All right, that spawn time is current time. Now we will do the check, and I don't know what the random API here it is. And in Unreal Engine, there is you can have a seed and then ask for random. There's like lots of things, right? Graham says, not doing too bad. Created a Slate UI framework later for doing UI that is generic and reusable, and currently doing all the UI for the game. Oh, okay. So, more Slate UI framework work. Oh my god, that's a mouthful for me. Generic, reusable, and currently doing all the UI for the game. So I guess you are not using common UI. Right? You're just going directly into Slate and building all of the framework on your own. That's not a bad decision, I think. Lately, I've been at the data interfacing more with common UI, and while it has some pluses, it turned out that it had some kind of showstoppers that me and my friend, we were like, oh, I guess we have to rewrite that whole part because it doesn't work with the game design that we want to achieve. I can't talk specifics, you know, NDA and such, but it sometimes pays off to create your own thing. All right, random. Is there like a random number generator? And there's rand from seed. Actually, I don't want rand from seed right now. The translation random. Ah, okay. So this audio stream randomizer. That is. What is randomize? Randomize the seed or the internal state of the random number generator. The current implementation is a number based on the device time. This function is called automatically when the product is up. You need to fix the seed. Reproducible. So before each draw, should I call randomize on my own constantly? Possibly. We'll check that. Or if I remember correctly, that's how you do the comment. Oh, how the hell do you comment things out? I kind of of course. Random number generator. And what is happening here? What kind of API provides methods for generating pseudo-random numbers? Okay. That's how I should use it. Oh, okay. Should I constantly create new? So, okay, I should. Wow. I didn't know that I have to do it like this. And I guess I even should do it like this. I wasn't aware that I have to do it kind of like this. And what? Now I can go run. What the hell? Random gen. Random float range. Yes, that's what I want. From 0, 0 to 1, 0, right? And it should give me var current draw float. And of course, if var should on equal current draw bigger or equal, let's then spawn probability, whatever, right? And if should spawn is true, that's where I want to start spawning other nodes in the runtime. This is what I wanted to get to. Graham says, no, I don't use Common UI. I have another plugin that does all the input routing directly in Slate. Nice, etc. And then the plugin I just made has a custom Slate styling asset that links whole styling schemes together. Nice. Nice, man. Nice. And how the whole project that you and your colleagues are working on is coming along? That's what I want. Oh, you're showing it off. Can I show it off on Discord? Everything got fucked on my screen, but ooh, nice. Looks fucking good. And the mouse works inside of it. Nice. God damn. I guess that answers my question about how the project is going. As they say, no notes. This is really great. How did you create those animations? Is it all everything slate? Animated? Holy shit. Holy shit. That is straight fire. Looks wonderful. It looks wonderful, my dude. God damn. Virgin Forever is here. Hey man, how's Godot going? Slowly. Slowly but surely. I'm learning more and more and evaluating. So far, I didn't have like huge problems. I'm still in that space where I don't have any strong feelings towards the engine. I'm exploring. Now I will be exploring runtime spawning of things. And how are you, Virgin Forever? Graham says, yeah, that's a mesh world space based UI. Yeah, old slate. This was work in progress from a week ago. It's improved a bit more since. Damn, I gotta say that was fire. Everything that was happening there, as you can see from me shutting the fuck up and just watching it, that was fire. You and your team are cooking. Alright, spawning of things. Multiplayer spawner, that is interesting. What is multiplayer spawner? Automatically replicates spawnable nodes from the authority to other multiplayer peers. Okay, interesting. Okay, but if I want to spawn something new, how would I go about it in Godot? Virgin Forever says, doing good, just been chilling this weekend. Finally got a weekend off. Oh, nice. Nice. Glad to hear that you got a weekend off. Really, really glad to hear that. Yeah, having a weekend off is really, really nice. What you have been working on before all that? Okay, let's quickly freaking Google Godot runtime spawn things. Spawning monster. I wonder what that will be. Spawn an object at runtime Godot 4. Preload the target scene file. Call instantiate to create a node in memory. Set its position coordinates and use add child to insert it into active scene tree. Ah, of course, because it's not just like an Unreal or other object-oriented programming. I mean, it kind of is. It has to have some attachment to parent. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. How to spawn objects on timer, blah blah blah. How do I dynamically spawn a new object by giving it? Yeah, let's quickly read up on this thing. Spawning monsters, blah 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 blah. Project settings, creating spawn path. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for just spawning code. Spawning monster. Right click on the main node and attaching a script on it. We first export a variable blah blah blah. Mob scene packed scene. Yeah, I also have a timer. I already have everything, but that's not how I want things to work out. Mob scene, instantiate. Then spawn path, spawn location. Okay, get node, blah blah blah. Progress ratio, player position. And just add child to. If I have no, okay. If I have no parent explicitly stated, it will be added to the main scene of whatever the scene I am in. So, okay. So if I spawn it, spawn my obstacle from the spawner, It will be a child of the spawner, which is not necessarily what I want, but also I don't find a reason why it shouldn't be like this in my exploration of Godot. So maybe I'm thinking too hard about that. Graham asks, how's the deving been? It's been a while since I caught you on. I had 3 weeks of vacation from streaming and 2 weeks from the day job. So yeah, I wasn't around a while. Right now we are, me and my friend, we are still in the process of evaluating whether we should make a switch for our project from Unreal Engine 5 to Godot. We don't have any strong feelings toward one or the other. Be like, oh yeah, we 100% sure we'll switch or stay on Unreal 5 or whatever, right? So there's that. I'm just exploring the Godot API, how everything works, the UX, etc. Trying to get a feel of the engine by making like a simple endless runner. I always use simple endless runners because they kind of, I learned, for me, they answers making like a game jam style endless runner answers the most questions that I have about given engine for me. How do randomization, how can I spawn things, how UI works, like the surface level I can, explore quickly, right? So that's what's been going on right now. And I'll be honest, it's nice to sometimes get out of the engine that you know very well and jump into something completely new that you don't know anything about, and exploring. It feels great in that regard. Vision Forever says, just been busy with the construction job. We've been doing 3 back-to-back demos and roof up buildings for chimneys the past month. Oh damn, a lot of hard work. Damn, salute to you. You deserve that weekend off, for sure, and even more, dude. You been playing anything lately, Virgin Forever, during this weekend? Or are you planning to, or just chilling the fuck out, laying down and let's just, you know. Graham says, yeah, I get it. Hopefully we're rested after a week's off. You know, I would say about 50%. Yeah, because family vacations aren't like you're laying on your back, enjoying the sunshine, etc. Like there's a lot of like physical component to it, running around with kids, etc. Mental component to it, etc., etc. But me and my partner, we managed to, like last weekend, catch like a little bit of breather, and that was our like the biggest moment for recharging our batteries. So I'm glad that all the vacation happened, etc. So it still was a recovery, nice recovery from day-to-day life. The usual dev life form of rested. Yeah. Version forever. Might play Zomboid or Papers, please. Haven't decided yet. I haven't played Zomboid. Played Paper, please. Nice game. Conscious and caffeinated. Yes. Yes, I have my yearbud drink, and I am conscious. Zinc says caffeinated is the #1 priority for a dev, otherwise there is no work. Yeah, lately it's been like that for me and my girl. Like every day it's like, hey, do you have the yerba drink? Yeah, yeah. And if we don't, it's like, oh shit, it's suddenly living your life as a zombie. Or maybe even worse. It's like, oh, it's not even going through slow motion. It's like, you just want to go to sleep, right? So yeah, caffeination is like oxygen at some point. Coffee plus numbers equals zombie. Yeah. Yeah. All right, I forgot everything that I read here. Okay, I need to have some reference to what I want to spawn. So like var for now thing to spawn. Let's just explore that. And how did he do it? So first of all, export. Second of all, fact scene. Not sure yet what that means. An abstraction of a serialized scene. A simplified interface to a scene file provides an access and operations and checks that can be performed on the scene resource itself. Oh, okay. So in the editor, if I have scene like this through fact scene abstraction, I can directly interface with the file. All right. All right. Nice. And then I can decide whether I'm preloading things or I'm loading things if I don't know the path, preloading if I know exact path. That's nice. That gives me some ideas about how I can load and possibly unload certain assets depending on the need, so I can save up on memory and stuff. Nice, nice. Good to know. Good to know. All right. So now I have to go like if should spawn and stun. Wait, why is it not working? Instantiate. And wait, what? New. Okay, let's get back to the example here. That was okay. I got back thing here, and he immediately goes and calls instantiate. But if I do this here, I will get an error, right? I got 2 errors. Current draw. Of course, because I'm C++ing. And I'm also made a mistake. Okay, and cannot call non-static function instantiate and the class practicing direct. Make an instance instead. And I'm trying to make an instance. Okay, I don't understand something clearly. And this example clearly export practicing. Did I make another mistake? No. Cannot call non-static on the class practicing direct. There's something wrong in here. Huh. I guess I have to do this loading thing. I guess that example from the previous, whatever it is, omitted that or something. That I should do practicing. Okay, but let's get back to the engine. If I right now put in some level, let's turn those guys on again, right? Actually, let's freaking delete them or not. Owner base, let's put it here, right? And Why can't I select? I kind of want. Resource saver. Oh. There's a lot of things to consider here. That's why I wanted to get to spawning, right? Because that's one of the super important things in the game, right? Spawning freaking things. So but I kind of want to be select. I don't want to put in script what should be loaded directly because I want to learn how I could give the designer the possibility of checking, of selecting what they want to spawn, right? But that's something that I don't understand now. And I'm sure you can do it, right? I'm sure you can do it. But it seems like I can't. No, there has to be a way. I gotta. What is this example? Ah, this is your first 3D game. Great. So it is from Godot themselves, the documentation. So it should work. Let me get into nitty-gritty details of everything, right? They created this enemy, right? Attaching a script to it, blah blah. Packaging. We want to spawn mobs at the regular time event. So to do this, before that, we need to assign mob PSC and file to mobs in property above. Otherwise, it's null. Yes, but there is a big problem. For some reason, I don't see this fact seem to be selected on my spawner bay. Or did it just show up? No, I don't. So what the hell? I am stupid. I made a stupid typo. Equal sign instead of that. Now there is no error, of course. Of course. Part of freaking part of freaking pain points when you're learning new engine, right? Parse error, expanded end of statement after variable declaration. Hmm? Ah, these are old. Okay, these are old locks. Okay, fuck it. So it got instantiated, right? God damn, I cannot read. I guess if I'm making such stupid mistakes as typing in equal sign instead of colon, then it's time for like a 5-minute break, probably. Quickly go to the loo and stuff. Let me just. Yeah, then you just go like. If I understand this correctly. Found thing. Initialize. Oh, unlock it. There is something weird going on here. But I can. How do you. I want to change the position of this thing as a whole, not just move it in that way. Is it just position? I should just go like position. No. If I understand this correctly, I should all of that. Oh my god, so much text. I just want to set 3D position, right? For the spawn thing. I instantiated it, right? I have it here. And now I want to set the position of it to be the exact same. Go like add child spawn thing. Maybe it will automatically spawn in the place of a parent because it is child. Let's quickly see. Some level, let's say it should spawn another coin. And just to make debug faster, we will do quick change to true. And here we will also, for debug purposes, change to true, so it will be spawning every frame. Fuck it, but it should be spawning, right? Yep, it is spawning in the place of the parent, so I guess I don't have to set the position unless I would love to change it or sample somewhere like they did in the example, but for my simple thing, everything is correct. So I can delete my debug and safely go for a quick break. But it only spawned once? It's not spawning anymore? For real? Where do I have this stupid bug? What is the value? Should try spawning. Should spawn, right? Wait, what? And that is something cool about that. Okay, fuck it. I can just view it like this. Yeah, I wanted to see both debug and debug values. Wait, what? Why is it constantly? Okay. Alright. I want to go further. Or not. F7. Oh my god. F7. So it never goes. I have some stupid mistake, I guess. Never goes in here. I don't have a value of current time. Try to get the value of current time. It's this. And for sure, it's bigger than last spawn time. So last spawn time was 800. Of course, another stupid mistake. Now it will be alright. It will be spawning like a motherfucker. But it works. Alright. So I need a quick break. Go to the loo and such. And I'm starting to make stupid mistakes, so see you in a couple of minutes. See you in a couple of minutes. Alright, I'm back from quick break. So, basic spawning is happening right now. Can I make it smaller? The one thing that I have to say about Godot is that some of this editor UX is not jiving well with me. I will have to search if there is maybe like a fork that created that has a little bit different user experience. Because the Godot editor has been built in Godot, so it should be possible. Like, for example, I would love to have a couple of 3D viewports of different scenes being seen together, double paint code editor, etc, etc. That will be fixed by me using Rider. But the 3D viewports, etc., I would love for it to be able to have a couple of viewports being seen at the same time. And the other thing is, press play to start the game, right? I would love for it to show in this big window instead of like this small ass window. Right? But whatever. Alright, so let's delete the coin. Let's delete this. I would love to have some visual representation of the spawner that stays there in the editor. I wonder how I could do it. But it kind of detracts from the main question that I'm pursuing, is spawning different things, right? So first of all, let's center it in the X. This is our one spawner. Let's take a peek at coin, shall we? For a quick second. How big is it? If it is 1 meter unit, then it is like 2 meters wide. So if I want to have equal spacing, I should duplicate that, right? Of course. Maybe even, oh, no, -2. -2, and duplicate that and have it here, right? When I have R3, I cannot do it like this. Okay. If there will be time at the end of the stream, I will try to do some editor visualization because I want to get more into this spawning stuff, right? Because what I want to do right now, change things a little bit, is right now I have just a thing to spawn, right? Let's turn it into array of things. Do I even work with arrays so far? No, not really. So how about we try to? How do you work with arrays? Is there like okay, that's how you write it. So array, kind of like this, right? But of course means that I cannot do like this, but I wonder if an array has already in its API interface call for getting a random element from an array, or do I have to write it myself? No problem either way, I'm just curious. So we are taking things to spawn. First of all, also spawn probability should be like 1%, 10%, sorry. Things to spawn, all, any. I think we already found that. any calls the given callable on each element in the array and returns true if the callable returns true. Okay, I thought that maybe it is something different. Okay, so it calls something on all of them. And all? What does all do? On each element of array and returns true if the callable returns true. Okay, that is interesting. That we can do things like that. Assign, back, b search, clear, current, duplicate, fill, filter, find, custom, get type, pass, hash, insert, everything. Pick random, there is pick random. I thought that they might have it because if this is supposed to be kind of like Python high level scripting, it would feel weird if they wanted you to write your own random picking from array, because it's, you know, it's basic, right? If the array is empty, right? So let's change the name of it, right? And do another check before everything else, like the first, like if it's empty. There is a function for that already. If it is empty, then freaking return, because I might load things in the runtime, right? So at the beginning, this might be empty, right? And then later, it might not be. So things is found var phone def whatever. Then add spawn thing, right? Right now I do have an array and spawner base, and in each spawner I can add element. It can be, what is the difference between click code? Opens a click means from a list of stuff. Coin element quick load regular up, right? And I could add this everywhere, right? Or debugger is screaming, why? Okay, we'll clear those warnings later. Or we could get, of course, the spawner base, click here, add elements, right? Quick load, fine, quick load, obstacle, right? Wait, what did I learn here? Obstacle. Yeah. And now it should start spawning things constantly. Like, what the fuck? Alright, let's fix that error. What are the values? Spawn probability is 10%, and I am drawing random range between 0 and 1. And if my current draw is bigger than my spawn probability, it should, of course, I fucked it up. It should have been the other way around. Of course, that's the first thing, but another thing, current draw open. Okay, so that was the problem. It's still at smaller intervals, of course. Yeah. So we can just take this interval to like 20 seconds, right? And spawn probability to like actually 1%, not 10%. And quickly play. Yeah, and we do have like obstacles being spawned, right? So we can quickly yeah. Okay, I'm satisfied with that, but it's still not the thing that I want because right now in our spawner base, I have to like have those things to spawn, I have to click by hand, etc. That's not exactly what I want. What I want actually is to have another file in here that lists those things, and in my script, I just load that file, fill my array with those things, done. Right? I want to have another file with that. And I don't know yet how to do it. So yeah, things to spawn will actually be something, will be a reference to a file containing actual click-throughs. So I could create like 3 lists of different things and assign to each spawner different list of things. Instead of clicking through in place, this list is reusable, could be also used for other freaking thing, right? But I have one list, one source of truth, right? So how to do this actually? That's interesting. What can I do? Because there's like new resource, new text file. What is a new resource? Animation library, mesh, uploader 3D, tape 3D, script, of course, C# script and GD script. Yeah, that's interesting. What should I use? Noise, font, lots of different things. Oh, it can be JSON. Uppercuts for creating and processing JSON data. But I kind of don't want like anyone to edit JSON by hand. I kind of just want it to be like a simple file that you can just open either in text editor or whatever and just start pointing towards resources, and that's kind of it. I wonder if this kind of asset exists here. Let's take a peek, right? Oh, there are filters. Show editor. Nah, I don't care about editor right now. So what it could be, the button group script. Not font. Actually, it could be JSON. Sorry for that. That was a loud sneeze. Packs data container. Efficiently packs and serializes array or dictionary. Deprecated. It is deprecated. Use global scope variable to bias file access store variable instead to enable data compression. Packed by what? So I don't have packed data container. Instead, you have to use some global scope file access. Okay, I learned nothing right now. New resource. Where was that? Packed data container. File access. How can I get into this? This would be actually perfect, that I can create like this container, and that's kind of it, right? I can have, that would be perfect. Why it is like no longer used? And I don't understand What should be used? Fact byte array. File access star variable. Okay. Is there any other like anything that looks similar? Shortcut, style, theme, facet, visual stuff. No, not really. Okay, but fact data container. Let's quickly search for that. Fact data. Container. Readjust my monitors and shit. Oh, of course, Godot. Of course. Yes, deprecated. Okay, great. I learned nothing. Okay, but I remember that I had a example, OpenRPG, and they for sure have some lists of files, etc., that could be loaded in. And shit like that. How did they do this? Because they have assets here, items, atlas text. Default butler animation. What is that? There's a resource. How can I open this? I can. So, how the hell do they load anything? There's like a dictionary. Yeah, great. Which is a map, etc. Whatever, but okay, so it's like that. Edit dependencies. What the hell? Dialogic, add-on stuff. Overworld store. Let's try to search for that here. Oh, inventory. Item types, icons. That's how they just they have a GD script that inventory and it extends just the resource. Base class for serializable object. Serving primarily as data container. Resources are reference counted and freed when no longer in use. Okay, so if I understand that correctly, the way I'm supposed to be doing this is just take a resource, click create, name it thing to phone base. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I'm just exploring API at the moment. GMBD, the Go, do you need help? Hey streamer, this is my first time watching you. Hey, sorry, I didn't see your message. I was too far gone in weeds. Yeah, sure. Basically, what I'm trying to do here is, first of all, I'm exploring the API and learning the Godot, right? But turn off the docs. I wanted to have like an external file that contains an array of things that I could reference, and I want to have reference to that file. I don't know how to really do it in 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 in, in Godot, so I am kinda just freestyling. New script. That's what it should be. Oh, I cannot have extends resource here. How the fine fuck? List of vulnerables. I don't know how to really. That's not the Godot case. So that's what I'm trying to figure out like now. How can I create basically assets that contain lists of things to load and then work for, instead of having those lists as clickable inside of the specific node? Now what I'm saying, to do this division of like, hey, this is data, and here's the script that processes this data, but not in one humongous contiguous file, but two different files that could be reusable in two different contexts, context windows, etc. etc. List of vulnerable. I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I'm just playing around. And extends node, and here they did class name inventory, extend resource. Game piece animation. Files. Piece animation.gd. I have no idea what I'm doing. Extend resource. I wonder if it will compile. It did. And what? I can just freaking. Where was the founder base? Yeah. I can just something like this. But it is just. That's not exactly how I want to work. Yeah, because right now, yeah, I created like a definition of an asset file, but how do I create this asset file? How do you do any of those things? Oh, goddamn, I had inventory opened up. Inventory, extends resource, and they created all of that stuff here. And that's great. Basically, I want to put such a list into like separate file that I can fill out and then just load in here. Kind of like with data assets in Unreal Engine 5R. But I don't think there's like a game registry. What the hell is this? It's also a node. Yeah, I'm probably completely not understanding something about Godot right now. Because that doesn't make sense. I have a GD script, I would have to attach it to some node, etc, etc, etc. Not exactly what I'm trying to do. And I need another quick break. another quick break to get something to eat, and I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Ate a little something. All right, let's get back to figuring out this whole thing. It's like this inventor GD. It's like this class name. What does class name? No, it won't show me this. Oh, it's tool. Okay, I don't think I want to have it as tool. But class name inventory. So also there should be, I guess, class name. And if I write comment here, simple list of things owner can own, for example, right? And will it show here? No, no description available. How the hell? Ah, you have to this. Ah, double hashtag. All right, okay. So I have this, right? And how the hell do I create thing? In theory, I have inventory.gd as like a definition of my data asset, right? There are also some functions here. Resource saver, write the inventory content to this. Okay. Great. And it is the resource, right? So should I be like new resource? And how did I name it? List of spawnables. Oh, I can create spawnable list. Oh my god. Spawnables list 1. I don't know. Save. And can I edit it? Oh, it shows up in the inspector. I wanted to like, I thought that maybe some new window will open up, but no, it's just that. That's great. So I can be like, hey, spawn coin and spawn obstacle, right? And I can be like new resource list spawnables. I can make spawnables list 2 and have a separate list, right? That will have only one element, for example, only obstacle, right? Let's say that one lane will only spawn obstacles, that's it. It's just for exploration of the API, right? So now, how the hell can I reference this resource in my actual spawner bay? Export. Of course, I have to call at export var spawnable list. List of spawnables. That. And then I can go like this. Things to spawn. Like random and access it like that. Is it that simple? Of course, let me delete that. most probably I am correct, but let me quickly corner bay. No, not spawn bay. On some level, I want to select one. Let's say coins only appear on side lanes and in the middle only obstacles. No gameplay reasons. It would suck in the actual game, but whatever. Here, quick load. This, but spawnable list 2, which is the only one containing only obstacle, right? And it should work. Only obstacles in the middle and coins on the left or right. It works. Oh my god, it worked. So now I know how I can create Unreal Engine 5 equivalents of data assets. And from what I see, it is very simple to achieve. Like the resources that you can create in here are amazing. The only thing that I UX-wise don't like is that if I click the resource here, it only opens up an inspector here to click. I'd rather have like a separate window to signify that, hey, this is an important thing to edit, right? Or maybe it is just Unreal Engine programmer in me that thinks like that. And of course, I can always create my own editor for that. But damn, that's nice. It works. In theory, I could add health points and counting how many coins did I collected, etc., etc., right? That's great. That's great. All right. So we figured out that out. It was actually easy. This example was just hardcore to show how it worked. But now I kinda understand more of it. I don't know what Atlas texture, of course. Combat. If it's like focus attack, it shows all the elements in here. Yeah, like I would love to have this inspected for resources, right? Such as these be like its own window. Yeah, I have to search for like Godot forks with a different UX experience where everything is the same. They quickly merge to the newest versions, but it's just a little bit different user experience because that is kind of annoying. But maybe it's just the Unreal Engine programmer. All right, so what I wanted to do here, I have spawnables figured out. I have movement, I have jumping around. Oh yeah, the in editor preview where the spawner is. Just the in editor visual I want to have. It will be just kind of like this wireframe, small wireframe cube in here. I just want something like this. How can I do this? Okay, nothing. Edit. Okay, that. I was half sure that it wouldn't make any sense, but so I guess it would have to be Node 3D. Can I just have collision shape? Okay. The error says that no, it cannot be just used as a preview for the editor. That's child node. Okay, let's explore more. Marker 3D. The space is across in 3D editor at all times. I kind of wanted more of a box, but Marker 3D also can be good. Gives my sense. How about 2 meters actually? I don't see this cross. So I don't know if it's this is this type of cross. Okay. Not sure if that's great. Yeah, no, it's not that great. I want to have a cube. Just a regular wireframe cube. Editor cube. So fuck Marker 3D. And let's explore more. Like a shape cast. I don't know if that's pretty rough breakers. I guess will have to be somewhere in Visual Instance 3D. Geometry Instance 3D. Mesh Instance 3D. Something like that. Yeah, okay. Kind of want to like a basic cube. Not just have a cube and think about it too much. Joint 3D? No, these are just joints. No, 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 no. I thought that I saw somewhere in here like PHP shape primitive. Yeah, let's have that. This is like a box. Great. And can I just make it wireframe out of the box, or do I have to create my own material? How the hell can I work with that? Because I can edit this like kind of crude and shit, right? And I don't want this to be transparent. Oh, it is wireframe right now. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't have to cast shadow. And is it in here? No, it is. Oh, now I have it. That's kind of wireframe. That's great. That's actually great. So you can do like put transparency immediately on it. Material overlay. Material overlay for whole geometry. Material overlay for the. Okay, I think I'm fine with that. The only thing that I would love to do is to have the actually gizmo. Should I type in gizmo? No. Actually, can I add like canvas item, like some label? Oh, it doesn't work like that. All right. All right. And search for like label. Is there like a 3D label? Label 3D. There is. Create label 3D. Back spawner. would love to make the text like the name of the spawner, but whatever. More like editor type shit. And I only want this to be visible, of course, only in the editor. There's something like this, editor description. Okay, let's quickly go to the old Google. Godot in editor visible in editor on. They don't have something like this? Really? Really, there's no like a toggle button like in Unity or in Unreal where you're just like, hey, I just want this to be visible in editor only? For real? Wait, what? And it was a year ago? Holy shit, moly. So there's nothing like this? And it was that many years ago? Holy shit, no, there is not something like this. Are you for real? Alright, so you have to do it via script? For real? For realsies? Okay, let me turn off the RPG example from the GD Quest team. So, if I understand it correct, spawner base right now. I would have to take those two things. Of course, I want to rotate it on a y-axis, 180 degrees, right? Because we'll be looking at it from that perspective. Right? Great. And I kind of want to hide it only in editor, and there is nothing like. Wow. So let me do this. Let me quickly create the this kind of thing. Ready variable will be editor box. Okay. Once again, Unreal case or Pascal case in me. Editor box. Even is the box 50. The box 3D. And it is spawner runner base. Let's name it editor box. Let's name it editor label. I'm not a big fan of that, so I'm not sure even how I should go about that. There has to be like some way that people are working with it in such a way that they don't have to click through many of those things. Maybe if you have access to C++, you can quickly, you know, add something like this, like in editor visibility. Once again, camel case here. I'm fucking up all the cases, but whatever. And on ready, if I will have to do it, then it's like how they were checking for this. If engine is editor hint. I don't know why hint. To draw editor helpless or prevent accidentally running game code that affect the game. Throw gizmo. Okay, so people are adding gizmos from script, not like this. That is interesting. Of course, this and editor box. How can I change the visibility from I can't? What the? I wonder if it will also turn off the editor label. We'll see. Or do I have to click through the visibility parent? We'll see. Are those blue freaking things gone? Yeah, they are gone. That's how it looks like. But this thing didn't stay on. Okay, visibility, parent, editor box. All right. Why it's not being visible right now? Why? Oh my god. If it's not one thing, then it's the other. But right now, I wanted it to be seen. Okay, so it cannot be like this. And it doesn't fall through. Wait. If true, this node can be visible. The node is only rendered when all of its ancestors are visible as well. That means is visible in tree must return true. So what can I do? Visibility parent, top level. I cannot do anything from here. So it seems like I have to basically edit or label 3D corner box editor label. My cat just came in and do the same thing for visible equals false, right? And I have to this, then do this, and if I press play, everything should have, I say, but I didn't. because I had the wrong. Now it worked. No, it didn't. What the hell? Editor label 3D. That is the type of the thing, right? And spawner base, editor box, and then label should have been found. And yet it isn't. Did I freaking... What did I fuck up? It has to be easy. Ah, of course. Then like this. We are not an editor. Ah, none of this has been found. Great. Great. So nothing has been found correctly. And I might have fucked that up. I shouldn't go from root, but from editor box. Possibly. Yeah. And things are spawning completely at random. Nothing made gameplay sense, of course. You'd have to fine tune the behavior, the variables, etc. But Pumbaa, what's that? My cat Pumbaa is here. Do you want to be picked up? No. Not a problem. He's shy, he doesn't want to say hi. Alright, so we've managed to do some in editor gizmo. We spawned some things. I wanted to really explore that and learn how to work with data assets, which in case of Godot is just a resource that you define with the GD script and then you just create resources. I like that workflow because it's just so fucking simple. It makes me think of like, oh, you could really go ham on this shit. I could quickly see doing like working with the either spreadsheet or some other type of data parsed through and create custom parser that would translate certain things into Godot resources, etc. You could do really awesome things with that. But Godot script viewing gizmo in editor. Is your prop 2D declared as tool? If yes, you could set get your variable to make appear instantly in the editor. You could also add sprite or something so you have something to click on in the editor and delete it in the ready method. Engineer to hint might come in handy. That's how people are doing it, huh? Okay, I see this is a rabbit hole that you could get into. Alright, and there's like the whole manual. Holy shit, moly. performance, plugins, rendering, blah blah blah. All right, at one time I will read through all of that. Yeah, it's so much to read. Assets pipeline, importing process, translation, scenes, exporting 3D scenes, blend ESCN exporter, Blender. Lots of stuff to think about. But I think we're near the end of the stream. Did I turn off the Godot? By accident? No. So, what else do I want to explore with this example of like game jam style freaking endless runner? Let me think. Do I want to explore this example that I'm creating on my own a little bit more, or do I want to on the next stream just jump into graphics and try to recreate this thing while also learning about how Godot works with that? Because what other things I might need here? Maybe like instantiate a particle system in the 3D space, play some audio, get some material on some mesh and have it react in runtime. Yeah, like just to finish the whole game would be so give even more answers, but as far as evaluation goes, I know that there is a way to invoke particle system and play audio. It's not something that would be like, oh no, just because you have to go roundabout way to invoke 3D particle system, we're not taking this engine, even though this has other great uses. Graham says, look at those sexy materials, interesting ass style. Yep, you had a hand in making this, Graham. To everyone who's listening and don't know the lore of that, is basically Graham taught me here and shared his material for outlines and inline of those graphics and how to do this, what is the general idea, how to do it in Unreal, etc. etc. Graham says a light hand. Nah, I would say that hand was quite big. There was a big helping hand. Without you, I wouldn't achieve this. That type of hand, right? So, to anyone listening, judge for yourself whether it is a light hand or a big help. If I couldn't achieve this without help of Graham here. Yeah, so I think for the next stream, which I think might let me take a quick look at calendar. Yes, next Sunday I should be able to stream. I might jump into graphical pipeline of Godot actually. Yeah, because like for the basic scripting, I think my basic curiosity has been satisfied. The rest of it is just going even more in depth on those things. And going in depth, of course, answers lots of questions about whether me and my friend should jump from Unreal to Godot with that project. But apart from like scripting, and I haven't even touched C# capabilities yet, or downloaded the source, C++ source, and compiled the engine on my own, or explored forks, or explored any of plugins, I think the next point of order and evaluation, because we really want to achieve that particular look that we did with Graham, that if I cannot achieve this in Godot, then there is a no for Godot, right? If there's like a big showstopper that makes it not achievable or not achievable in a way that we want it to be achieved or whatever the fuck, right? If it can't be done, then there is a no, and we are staying on with Engine 5, right? If the answer is yes, then I will explore more of those plugins and in depth of like how to even make game like a proper realisable game in Godot, right? So yeah, I think the next stream will be about that. Graham says, interesting how the same technique results in such a different style. Right? Right? It is very interesting. I agree that even though the technique is same, the application of it, changing of the parameters, adding a couple of things on top of that, suddenly you know, if we look at what you uploaded today on Discord and this is like completely two different things, and that's fucking awesome because it means that people online tend to say, everything has been figured out, there's nothing new really, and it's like, no, it's mostly that we are copying things and only slightly adjusting it, but the reality is that yes, there's a shitload of things that we can explore, even using the exact, very similar technique or the exact same technique, right? There still can be a lot of shit done, and I'm glad, Graham, that you showed this technique to me because otherwise, this whole look would be a pipe dream. Super stylized. Yeah. Graham asks, how are you leaning on it right now? Still more Unreal Engine than Godot, etc. I'll be honest, I don't know. I don't think I have a hard feeling yet. Right now, I stepped one toe inside of Godot and did some basic scripting, really basic scripting. And the scripting on its own, it's alright in GD script. Like, I have nothing against it. The editor, I would prefer it worked better a little bit for the scripting editor, but I know that if me and my friend will jump ship to Godot, I will be using Rider anyway. So it will be a different experience, right? API for the GD script, etc. Seems alright. Seems alright. Nothing against it yet. Probably you have to go really more in depth in order to poke some holes at it. You know, regular object oriented scripting. There's something like scene tree with nodes on it. It's actually with that scene tree, nodes, and signals. This is the exact same thing that what would be happening in Unreal Engine 6, right? So it's like, okay. And what is already also happening in Unity and Unreal Editor for Fortnite, right? So it's like, all right. It's just another way of creating a composition of objects, entities, etc. Actually, I feel like that is cool. I no longer have to think about like, wait, should this thing be an actor, or should I use the packed level instance, or should I do it in any other way, right? Or should it be level instance? Like, it's just a scene with nodes, right? So that answers that. Yeah, I guess the next stream, the graphical stream, and I probably won't be done in one stream, like the whole graphical series of Godot that I will be doing, probably will lean me more in one side or the other, because so far I'm like, Godot is alright. There are a couple of UX things when it comes to the whole Godot editor, but I'm sure there is some fork that changes things, and there is a source code, so I could do things the way I want, right? So, and it's open source, so I could easily do it. Law speaking, easily do it, right? So that's not a big problem. Graham says, anything that moves away from the typical Unreal look gives players something visually fresh to look at. Yes, that's true. That's true. Going away from the typical Unreal 3D look gives something players immediately, like, steps. If you start comparing screenshots from Steam to this super stylized thing, especially with how light is calculated, it immediately jumps out. Even if it is a little bit worse than Unreal, it's still like, oh, at least it's not Unreal, right? So it immediately jumps out. Graham says, I think the scene graph move is probably smart. I heard it's transactional, which allows for better multi-threading, and anything that can get processing time of the main thread means you can have more complex and interesting games. Yeah, that's when it comes to Unreal Engine 6, that's true, but there are a couple of other things that are not making me really happy. But it's, until the actual version that is released that already cut out blueprints and all the C++ gameplay framework that we know will exist, we are only moving in shadow, right? In a fog of war. Like, okay, I understand actors will be no more, right? Systems such as gameplay ability systems will have its own native implementation in Verse, and a couple of other gameplay systems will be re-implemented using Verse. I don't know how they will do it that fast. I have a pretty good guess how. And the transactional merit of Verse and what they're doing there is actually cool. But Verse in itself is, when I was trying to read it, learn it, and reading the book of Verse or whatever the fuck it is called, it's just, I don't know. Someone said a description that it's kind of like if someone took Python, Haskell, a little bit of C++, and took the worst element out of those when it comes to syntax and understanding how everything processes. Like, not the best things out of those languages, but the worst. And cobbled them together. And I cannot stop thinking about that when I was trying to read and learn how to use it. Like, shit, yeah, that actually is hard. And I don't understand how that can be a replacement for blueprints for non-coders, right? And the fact that me as a gameplay programmer in my day job, I would be expected to learn Verse by heart and deliver gameplay natively in Verse. I don't know, man. Unless I see what they're actually intending to ship, it's hard to be judge of that. But at this point, I would be like, no, I don't like it. Graham says, I can move off of 5.5 because ours is custom now. But if they have anything really cool, I will backport it. Yeah. Actually, when speaking with some folks from like different companies, the intention from what I heard from many folks is like, well, if Unreal Engine 6 and the Verse, etc. will suck, they would just stay on whatever the Unreal Engine 5 version they are and they will just continue using it. Trying to treat it more as a base that they will change and make a custom version of that. Yeah, it sucks. There won't be like support that you could get as availably as staying on the released version, but it is what it is, right? We are looking at implementing jolt physics into it, though. Oh, doing a smart switch so we can use jolt for its deterministic physics of some of the time and still have chaos, clothsome, etc. Oh, that's interesting. That would be quite an undertaking, but if you pull it off, then actually, yeah, you could have deterministic physics of jolt while still keeping some of the nice things from chaos. That's great. Graham continues, yeah, I mean, if you can make the game you want to make in 5, why move? Yeah, that's right. The reason why we are thinking about Godot and jumping to Godot is like, I think 2 or 3 big reasons. The biggest is that we would love to learn things that could, me and my friend, right? How to say the best? The aim of our game is not only to make a game, try to sell it, and maybe pay all the mortgages, etc. with that, right? All the bills and shit, right? But also to learn a lot and learn things that could give us a lot of new skills that we aren't able to develop in our day jobs for the future, right? And before Unreal Engine 6 was announced, we were thinking like, yeah, Unreal Engine 5 for sure, because that was the answer, right? But then Unreal Engine 6 showed up, and certain things about it started being, said, and it turns out like, hey, actually Unreal Engine 6 is closer in line with how. Come on. Now you're not shy. Hey, hey. You came for the end of the stream. Up here. So suddenly the answer was like, oh, wait a minute. Like, Unreal Engine 6, when it comes to like scripting gameplay and everything, will look more closely to like how Godot and Unity works. So basically everything that we would learn with blueprints, etc., because I'm also not an expert on blueprints, might not be as viable for the future. Since we are using Unreal Engine 5 in the day jobs, then maybe we should think of switching, right? And completely unhook ourselves from that ecosystem. The other thing was like consulting with some of our graphical minded friends that said, looked at this art style, etc., and they said, hey, yes, you can do all of those things in Unreal Engine, etc., but it's kind of like killing an ant with a bazooka. It seems like the game could be made more easily and be less resource heavy if it was made in Godot, because the whole logic scripting part of the game kind of stays the same or like adjusted to the engine, right? And it's not super like hardcore simulation game or whatever, right? It's supposed to be more reminiscent of JRPG, right? So if the graphics will be more achievable and less resource eating in Godot, that maybe that's the reason, right? And we aim to like, our aim is, it would be lovely to be able to ship on super low quality specs, right? On super low quality CPUs, etc., and GPUs. So that's why Godot might be an answer, but we don't know, right? Graham says, yeah, it makes sense in your case to look at other engines. The smallest, the most performant engine you can fully make the game and has to be the winner. Yeah, but also, we don't want to fight against the engine, so we kind of want to see if Godot won't have those pain points that we would be like, okay, yeah, maybe we would be able to ship a game and it would be less resource heavy, but god damn, it would be a bitch to work in that engine with those particular functionalities, right? We might have a couple of those showstoppers that we'd rather, like try to spend more time optimizing things for Unreal Engine 5 rather than do something with Godot on a specific level, right? So, yeah, the answers are future-proofing our own skill sets that could be transferable, and also like, why use super heavy Unreal Engine 5 for really way simpler game than it needs to be, right? One of the reasons is blueprints, because blueprints are for designers awesome, right? They can easily, quickly script things. Expedition 33 is the best case study for that. Okay. I'm releasing you. Don't scratch me. God damn it, Pumbaa. You scratched me. So yeah, and also there is this thing that because of Unreal Engine 6 will be hooked up to AI that much, me and my friend, we are anticipating, not only us, like so many people are anticipating the amount of slop that will come out of it would be enormous. So distancing yourself from that by staying on Unreal Engine 5 or going to other engine might be a good thing. But the future will say. Graham says, yeah, I'm not looking forward to the trash games that UE6 will end up producing. Yeah, exactly. Epic went all in on the gamble that no one will be writing code by hand in 2 years. I have zero interest in fully vibe coded games. Yeah, that's true. That's true, and I think I am of the similar opinion that they are taking a big gamble. That's the thing, because the verse seems so not obtuse, maybe that's the wrong word, but you look at it and I didn't have too much experience with Haskell, but some functional programming I had some experience with. I even was working in MATLAB, right? It's not a functional programming, but MATLAB is fucking weird. It counts in the arrays from 1 instead of 0, so that's fucking weird, right? And even with the weirdest things that I did in my younger days, etc., I'm looking at the verse and I'm like, I don't even want to interface with it, you know? And I understand why it's not being made with being superhuman readable, because the idea, I think, is to, to never really write code by hand, but pay token for tokens, etc., etc., right? What you're saying, that Epic is going on the gamble that no one will be writing code by hand in 2 years, and that's why the verse is the way it is, right? So I don't know. I feel a little bit like someone pulled the rug underneath me or just punched me in the chest so hard that all of the air let out, and air is not coming back when it comes to this. So that's also why Godot might seem like a good idea. That, alright, there will be all these things connected to Unreal Engine 6. So either stay on Unreal Engine 5, release a game, and then make decisions about the future, or go to Godot, etc. Unity, no, because as a corporation they fucked up, and I don't trust them. But or maybe in the next 3-4 years, a competition will arise to Unreal in 3D space. Who the fuck knows, right? One guy from Unreal started his own company to create the engine that could compete with Unreal. I forgot the name of all of that stuff, but yeah, maybe. Graham says, I like the challenge. I don't want to speak to a window that attempts to deliver its interpretation of my vision. Yeah, that's kind of a thing. Like, to use the comparison of, I don't know, playing guitar, right? I'd rather pick up the guitar and learn how to play it myself and then try to play the songs that I like, or create my own songs, right? But I am the one plucking the strings instead of not knowing how to do anything with music and telling someone, yeah, play something that will satisfy me. Oh no, that's not it, change this, change that. It seems like I'm a manager and I don't find any satisfaction in that. I'd rather directly interface with the medium, just like you. Graham says, even the top tier AI based devs still use a brute force approach of test driven development and just check the boxes of test pass when trying to deliver. That is true. I also heard about that, and I know a person for a specific company, and they are using AIs, and that's exactly what they're doing, right? We'll see what will happen with that, but yeah. Lots of reasons to think about whether UE5 or Godot. Lots of reasons. Most of them stem from actually Epic, not from other things. It's more like, that's the way they're going. Okay, so let's reevaluate. So there's that. Okay. I think I have to finish right now. It was nice catching you, Graham, and having a chat with you. It was nice. Graham says, was it the immense engine you were thinking of? I think so. It jogs the brain. I only remember seeing like one post about it. The new European game engine. Yeah, I think it was that. Yeah, I think it was him. Iron Bruzy. But there was another guy that founded it with him, right? He was the evangelist, I think, for some time, and he was with Epic for a long time. Blah, 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 blah. I cannot find it right now. De Jong. Yes, Graham. Yes, you're right. De Jong, ex-Epic engineer. Yes, that's the guy I'm thinking of. De Jong is the evangelist. Yes, that's the guy that I'm thinking about. Yeah, I think it was Immense Engine. I don't know too much about it, but I just like the idea that people are thinking, wait, maybe we could compete with Unreal, right? And whatever the form of competition there is, I'm gladly welcoming it, because I think it's cool to have competition in that space. especially as different companies are taking such hard stances on certain things, right? All right, I have to go. It was nice catching you, Graham. Um, really lovely to chat with you once again. Definitely needs a competition. Yeah, I agree. I agree because, yeah, we can see what no competition does to the company. Yeah, so yeah, good catching you. Take care of yourself. Don't work too hard. Yeah, you too, bro. You too, bro. Take care of yourself. And I hope we will see each other next Sunday. Similar time. I will try to recreate what we achieved in Unreal in Godot. Probably won't do it in one session, so probably a couple of good streaming sessions of pretending to know what I'm doing in tech art space. So without further ado, take care everyone. Have a nice rest of the Sunday and a great next week. Bye bye. You and me both. Cheers.